The scribe's work is simple, which is exactly why I took the position. Wait. Huh? No. Whatever. There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all.
Alamat Raffi. Gila. Jarang-jarang loh gua nge-stream jam-jam segini. Kayak early banget gue jam segini nge-stream. Gue pengen coba Furina dulu sih. Skillnya. Oh, penuma yang nggak kepake ya. Bentar. Kayak gimana cara ngubah-ngubah ininya dia? Wih. Ah, CA-nya. Anjir, charge attack-nya smooth banget. CA-nya smooth banget. Gelo. Ini apa? Ini yang damage ya. Oh, ngubahnya. Oh, ngubahnya CA. Ini nge-heal ya. Wih, smooth banget CA-nya. Gue kira punya busuk. Oh iya, nge-heal doang ya, gak guna sih actually. Sakit juga sih bego. Ya, tadi gue diem aja bisa kelar nih. Ngeheal gitu-gitu dong. Per 2 detik killnya. Anjir, heal per 2 detik. Lama juga. 2 detik loss DPS kayak gitu ya. 1 detik bisa ngasilin damage segitu anjir. Orang quest biar kosong lagi questnya. Anjir. Orang terus gue liat XP-nya. Dikasihnya sama Bennett. Dikasihnya sama Bennett. Tapi seru sih.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's come on out. You're toast. Let my name echo in song. Shower me with praise. Huh? Off we go. Let's light it up.
Gila, ngurang-ngurang gini terus sih gimana gak gacor Mari Hunter ya.
Going in. Adventure time. Time to shine.
Gak ada end lag lagi, ultinya enak banget. Gak ada end lag, gak kayak Zhongli atau si Naida Bego. Gak ada end lag sama sekali. Ya, oke lah. Aizu.
You're in for a little shock. Blitz.
Taking a turn for the better.
Let's spark things up a little. Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my sword. The doctor will see you now.
Remember, health comes first.
Yeah, let me weave you a verse. Huh? Hup, know my sword. Try not to enjoy this too much. You're in for a little shock. You've been a naughty boy.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Oke, habis itu kita coba Charlotte kali ya. Ntar katanya juga Charlotte ini lama CA-nya. Selama apa sih emangnya? Coba.
Say cheese.
Anjing kurun nih. Healing AOE. Se-AOE itu kah? Maksimal 5 musuh yang bisa di ini ya. Maksimal gitu dia. Oh. Iya, bagus ya. Gila lama banget. Udah nih.
Rain outlines you. Smile. Breaking news.
Dead reckoning! Frost is coming! Getting gear! Pair! Frost is coming! Pair! Getting gear! Pair! Frost is coming!
Say cheese. Rain cutter.
Udah amat.
Truth bomb.
Getting gear! Going under! Pair! Getting gear! Frost is coming! Getting gear!
Jelek banget endingnya. Coba-coba, emang area beneran tabnya? What the hell? Jaraknya pendek juga.
Breaking news. Hold that pose.
Frost is coming!
Know my sword. Witness the power of Gugwa. Smile.
Getting gear!
give you a verse.
Frost is coming! Commencing cleanup! Getting here! Frost is coming!
Oke lah. Yalah, Bedo nggak usah lah ya. Ngapain juga Bedo? Dapat apa sih Bedo? Ya elah, Mystic Ore gue udah banyak, malas. Siang pualo amin. By the way, mohon maaf nih, ini ya ngasih tahu doang sih. Udah ya 100% doang sih, nggak gede ya kan. Baru 100%. Ini literally sehari loh ini. Wah, hadiahnya nggak ini banget, Cok. Gila, sehari loh ini. 2 ini nih. Kalau ini kan udah dari lama nih, dari sebelum update ini malah. Kalau ini bah, ini bener-bener speedrun anjir, dari siang sampai tengah malam. 100% semua quest kelar semua, dari questnya Neophylact, Uriot, World Quest semuanya kelar. Ini makanya tinggal quest-questnya ya, quest-quest gini doang sekarang mah. Sentuh rumput. Tapi sumpah, eksplorasi nggak lama ya. Eksplorasi cuman sampai jam berapa? Dari jam 3 sampai jam berapa ya? 9 pas 10 ya? Kayaknya sampai jam 10 deh kelarnya. Lama itu gara-gara quest doang. Besok juga kelar pale lu. Di UI interaktif belum ada. Build Furana gimana? Pakai Golden Troop. Terus ya HP crit. Udah. Weapon lu ada ini kagak nih? Ini weapon orang langka doang yang punya masalah ini. Kalau lu punya ini bagus nih buat B4-nya. Bahkan kayaknya udah lebih dari cukup nih fast ring nih. Kalau nggak ada ya udah pipa ledeng. Oke. Dan lumayan loh ya explore-nya. Gelo. Atau pedang hijau yang mana? Gelo. Ini dari berapa ya? Dari 5.000. Enggak. Dari 5.000 hasil explore sama quest. Lumayan banget. Pedang hijau yang mana? Ini yang gue pakai. Atau ini? PJC. Kalau PJC kayak masih mending ini deh. So gue signature, terus miss, terus yang ketiga gue lupa. Kalau nggak salah ini deh. Baru PJC. Setahu gue itu. Setahu gue urutannya gitu. Jadi signature, miss, ini, terus ini. Setahu gue urutannya ya. Buat passing slotnya. PJC kayak fast ring better harusnya. Ya bisa sih pakai PJC juga. Udah kebal TO gue ya guys ya. Seminggu lumayan bisa ngomong jaya nenek. Pakai KKN. Oh iya KKN, gue baru ingat. Jadi urutannya ya itu signature, miss, KKN atau KKN dulu. Fast ring gue pakai. Dari dulu sebenarnya. Oke. Ntar, gue pikir berapa nih? Gue masih mau Charlotte. Buat apa ya? Buat gue koleksi lah. Apalagi kan gue playernya casual banget orangnya ya kan. Oh PT 5. Nggak mungkin ya? Nggak mungkin lah lo PT ya kan. Gue cuma mau Charlotte kok. Oke. Charlotte. Sip. Easy. Itu doang dapetin Charlotte tuh. Gini doang dapetin Charlotte. Nggak gacha nggak, gue skip. Gue mau Navia.
What a strain.
Jadi kan yang buat yang nggak tahu nih, gue ini sebenarnya nggak pernah pakai Archon. Tar dulu, gue ganti dulu. Gue nggak pernah pakai Archon kok guys, seriusan. Nah, gue nggak pernah pakai Archon kok guys, real. Purina jelek, the fuck. Orang Facebook. Itu sampai didramain tuh. Sama temen gue tuh si Morning Frost ya kan. Dia kalau nggak salah siapa ya? Si Asacha kan. Si Asacha dia bilang Furina itu bisa nge-power creep kayak Yelan, Xingqiu ada kemungkinan tapi nggak pasti juga, masih perlu dites ulang. Langsung panas ya warga FB. Bangsat. Ngasih source juga kan sih Asacha. Source-nya dari Morning Pros. Langsung ini anjir. Ada cok di komen ini. Lu siapa yang tahu si Om ya? Yang tahu si Om, coba lu cek video barunya si Om yang bahas Furina, yang paling barunya. Ada tuh komennya, komen orang FB. Mana pakainya akun fake lagi. Cacat banget tai pakai akun fake. Sama Facebook. Facebook mah nggak usah ditanya ya. Kumpulan orang-orang PPG semua anjing. Juga dibilang jelek. Orang Facebook ini cok, patokannya Suli kalau nggak salah. Gua nggak tahu si Suli kayak gimana, tapi kayaknya gue lihat Suli bagus-bagus aja kok guide-nya. Tapi kok mereka masih ini ya PPG aja ya. Sekarang jadi pejofong ngelan. Orang Facebook tuh kalau nggak salah ini dia ngikutin Suli banget. Ntar gue mau ngapain sih? Gue mau, oh iya, weekly boss udah bisa langsung ya, tanpa harus quest. Gue udah jalanin sekali tuh. Keren cok, gila. Gue suka lagunya. Walaupun OST weekly boss sekarang better ya. Jujuran aja. Dan lagian apa ya? Kalian lihat sendiri nih. Weekly bossnya semudah apa? Kan kalau kalian lihat demonya tuh di special program, mati tuh yang mainin demonya. Padahal lu lihat dah. Gampang banget cok. Tapi bagus visualnya. Lihat dari belakang dia. Udah kayak ini anjir, Elden Beast. Itu nge-damage. Goblok. Kaget gua. Pam, Xiao kalau nggak ada Faruzan apa tadi? Gede banget tuh tadi notifnya. Kayak gue kecilin dikit kali ya. Maksudnya gue gedein biar gue bisa baca langsung gitu lah. Faruzan kalau nggak ada Xiao kalau bisa lah. Kan itu outnya. Buat jadi baterai. Ntar, mana sih tadi? Ini apa ya? Oh, bukan. Nah, ini gue kecilin dikit. Kok gitu? Pakai supers. Bisa, Sucrose kan yang kepake cuman ini sakrinya. Wah belum, masih kena. Ya, terus ngapain gua? Terus gua ngapain? Om itu apa? Ini paus. Ini nggak bisa gue hancurin, gue nggak bawa penuh manusia. Nah ini nih kerennya nih. Literally Lost Ark cok, Braille ada mekanik buy one. Nggak buy one juga sih. Mending Jin channel Supra saya sih. Literally musuh HSR loh ini. Musuh HSR ini. Gacor ya. Segitu-segitu ya darahnya. Mirip musuh HSR anjir.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my soul.
Fobia, apaan tuh?
Our bond is strong.
Sini, gak usah rotasi, oke.
Stay put. Rain outlines
Eh.
your fate. Rain cutter. Stand with me.
Tuh, gampang anjir weekly-nya. Gitu-gitu doang. Gak susah juga kok. Oh ya. Takut sama lu nggak lu kalau misalkan ini kayak kalau misalkan lu naik kapal lu nggak berani ke tengah-tengah laut ya. Fobia laut istilahnya ya nggak sih? Kayak fobia laut ya sih? Lah masih di meropit kambing. Gue dili dulu lah. Dili dulu apa langsung kali ya? Langsung aja kali ya. Gimana ya sih? Oh di sininya ya. Ya fobia laut ya. Coba lu komplain ke MiHoYo. Ya kan? Ini tidak bagus buat orang yang fobia laut. Nah, lu komen kayak gitu ke MiHoYo. Diganti sok. Jangan lupa bawa kata-kata anxiety juga ya. Biar didengar. Gacha Furina enggak? Gua enggak gacha Furina. 40 menit baru sampai Navi jatuh. The fuck? Lama kah? Dapat kompensasi buat berobat. Gas cobain aja ntar. Kalau misalkan ada survei, nah lu tulis tuh surveinya.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day. We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mirapede. Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now.
Ya, dan udah pasti gue ganti ke Inggris ya, karena suara Neophyllid yang JP sampah banget coy. I mean Paimon juga sama aja sih, suara Inggrisnya juga sampah banget coy. Sampah bukan dalam artian kayak salah. Kayak apa ya? Suaranya kurang, intonasinya ampas, kagak, tapi annoyingnya itu loh. Karakter paling annoying udah jatuh pada Paimon coy. Nomor 1 dia kalau soal annoying mah. Oh ya, gue belum ambil ini ya. Apa nih? Hah? Issue with Neophyllid level 6? Hah? Oh, oke. Ya, orang yang nggak punya Neophyllid pilek. Gue nggak paham apa-apa.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the fortress.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up. Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Paus ya kah? Masa pausnya?
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Kok tadi intonasinya aneh banget, Paimon?
What was with that earthquake just...
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur...
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we... by the way...
I believe today is this...
Wait, seriously?
Aha, yes. Have you...
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. Oh yeah, Paimon feels... Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
Kalau Pedo udah
If you've signed the release
itulah pokoknya ya.
papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes...
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
Iya.
We'll do our best to stand... Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Mirapede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. We should probably go report to him now. Next... You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette?
I'm sure just your regards will do.
I believe...
You're right. I've heard the palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Rina bagus gak? Bagus. Bagus. Gacha aja Putu. Lu udah gak punya Kazuha, seenggaknya punya Furina. Masih aja casualas. Kalau ini ya. Lah, ada work quest. Ambil nggak ya? Takut lupa gua. Bentar, work quest dulu bentar. Maksud gua ngambil dulu.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apology. Excuse me. I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hand.
Everyone's so busy.
Apa? Karena gempa tadi.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something...
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his...
Kenapa?
All right. That should wrap...
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede.
That's right, and we came here to see you.
A massive whale.
Oh,
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
iya bisa jadi airnya ungu mek.
Seawater? But how? Does he...
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have got... Yes? What is it?
Tadi tuh kepop. Wah,
Oh, right.
ini dia.
We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly the source
Pernah
of
jadi
the
lagi ngurusin
tremors
itu.
here on the surface
Sekitaran
near
di-
Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. Now, if the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Hanyut semua orang-orang.
Poisson, right? We need to go check on...
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophe. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I've...
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Gue bener-bener ini banget nih, apa berekspektasi lebih banget di story yang ini. Karena di trailer Patrick 2 gila, itu storynya trailer ini ya, storynya bagus kelihatannya ya. Kayak beneran bakal hanyut aja nih kota. Jadi kota mati yang kita bisa ajak ngomong cuma Furina doang udah. Tapi bagus ya kalau bisa kayak gitu anjing. Cuman sayangnya ini game vanilla gak mungkin terjadi sih harusnya.
Oh no. What happened here?
Oh, gue kira hilang orangnya. Bener? Tapi ini ada orang nih.
Nadia should be around here, right? We need to make sure...
Itu di bawah kan? Oh, di atas. Lebih tinggi.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the...
Kenapa korban bencana
Just
P?
stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance. All right.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Halo Sean.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
Udah gak main ya? Udah gak main Genshin kah?
My leg. How could this have happened? It hurt.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way.
Udah gak main. Kenapa size-nya kah? I mean ya, size-nya udah kayak game triple A sih ini game. Oh itu. Pin. Gak dikasih plunge lo gua loh. Gak dikasih plunging.
Nadia, are you okay?
Ada udah. Ini baru update. Baru banget hari ini.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we can...
Yes. As you can see, the water...
Demoiselle,
There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety.
He's wounded?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission.
All right. I'm sorry. Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere.
Ini ngebug kah? Suaranya jadi kecil gini, suara voice overnya.
The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Dainsleif, belum ada kabar Dainsleif mah.
The Spina di Rosula
Senesnya tamat
initiated
baru.
rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, no one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the...
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really...
Gila, masih bagus voice overnya loh. Waduh, iya ya, dua orang di belakangnya biasanya kan ada.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Nah.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Sorry, I need to go for now.
Masa mati? Melus sama itu.
Seems it might be a while before she can...
Curug Bogor, Mek.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to... Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance.
Udah mah bening, make up tebal banget lagi.
Traveler, Paimon?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Iya, mantap. Gue nggak dikasih pelancing loh tadi. Buat tele aja. Ya ampun. Kok bisa? Orang udah manjat. Tanahnya licin. Bisa licin gitu tai tanahnya, ngehe emang.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted.
Navia?
Navia, what's wrong? Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again.
Huh? What happened to them?
Masa mati beneran? The fuck? Baru mulai loh.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, they were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't. And
What
Beneran loh?
I've known them for so long.
Beneran mati, Mak.
I could at least hold a funeral for my father, and I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine.
Padahal dia
in front of
MVP-nya loh
Master
di cerita
Callus's grave.
awal itu.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here is a...
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry.
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone in...
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus.
Hey, stop joking around.
Kalau ini manga.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
Dia minta lagi.
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companion.
Personally, I believe we feel...
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the...
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But... I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But... what?
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely Malus and Silver have helped me. I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
Thank you. Right now, by the way, you can have a look at this.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny,
Sering sebut orang.
Francine, Kareem, so everyone else is safe.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to
Mending
save more than we
Navia ikut kita aja.
The overall outcome indicates that the cost...
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of Malus and Silver were not...
You're right. What you said just now was...
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are...
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to...
Thank you very much.
Wait! Do you two...
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Tuh di bawah ada si ini nongol. Ada yang nyasar ke fonten.
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. That doesn't
Siapa
quite
Cirde?
fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and...
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area.
Lihat nanti.
So it was nothing.
Tapi yang gue denger ya, katanya di trailer tuh ada suaranya si Mona sama Nicole, salah satu Oh, salah satu apa ya? Ada di story Monster, gue lupa. Nicole. Katanya ada Mona. Suaranya ada suara Mona katanya.
That said,
But we'll see
I
lah.
must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and my subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergencies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity.
Dan sekarang masih nggak jelas siapa protagonisnya. Siapa antagonisnya? Kok protagonis? Siapa antagonisnya masih nggak jelas, kambing.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived.
Don't say that. You and your subordinate, as Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more.
You're right. I'm sorry for your... Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one.
So, you're one?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of.
Ya,
By the way, traveler, Paimon.
Apalagi?
One more thing.
Then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no... Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Masih aja.
You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
Jadi sudah waktunya, ya. Terus siapa antagonisnya?
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network. During some
Bisa ada pilihan nolak gak sih?
a child claimed to
Jadi
have
dua
discovered
ending
some
gitu kan,
ruins
matter
near
choice
Poisson.
gamenya.
The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways.
Kuno dekat, ah?
Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present...
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Babu. Jadi babu lagi gitu. Yakin aman.
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. Even though you are not, I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that's somehow...
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely...
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss...
But are you sure?
Boleh. Ikut kita sampai ke SNES aja juga boleh.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's success... Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something...
kalau dia ikut.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Okay, the three of us will handle it.
Beneran kerjasama dong. Jauh juga. Wait, lagunya nggak berubah loh. Oke lah. Kayak penyelam gitu. Ini ya.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about?
They seem to be pretty ancient.
Let's go in and
Just be
Langsung domain. Oh iya loh. Jangan bilang ini tempat Navia jatuh kambing kali, coba. Minimal kasih trail Navia dah. Masa gak dikasih trail Navia? Nggak dikasih loh. Padahal HS-nya dikasih loh. Karakter yang jauh-jauh dari patch berapa dikasih anjir trailnya. Itu pun juga trailnya dia gerak sendiri sih. Ntar nih ada chest gak? Mohon maaf dulu nih. Ada chest gak? Ada chest kan? Gitu-gitu ya terus gua nggak tar. Lanjut. Nggak bisa ditembusin, oke.
Rain outlines. The bond is strong.
Halo Tri. Seriusan? Seriusan gak ada chest nih. Dapat Jin. Jam berapa lu? Gak apa-apa, Jin sama Furina kan bagus. Kaget gue setan. Kenceng banget suaranya ya. Nah ini.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial
Ini
seawater.
C1 biar nyodotnya kuat.
Yeah. And a lot of it too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they felt.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be... don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless.
Brengsek emang Paimon. Dah, ganti aja dah. Navi jadi tour guide kita aja lah, bangset.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things.
In that case, do you...
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will run. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be...
Ya lucu sih kalau sampai Navia beneran hanyut anjing.
Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Gua kalau nyentuh airnya gimana ya? Celup dikit kali. Celup. Harusnya gue pakai orang fountain ya, terus gue nyebur anjing. Oh, manjat sini ya. Ada big lord. The fuck lu udah tamat anjing, cepet amat. Speedrun gitu loh. Ini apa nih? Ah, ampas. Kira arte. Holy shit.
Wait, there's something wrong with this brick.
Makanya langsung buset. Bro, masa mati? Nggak mungkin, nggak mungkin. Playable karakter masa mati sih? Arsipnya di zoom. Oh kan, bener kan?
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh.
Yes, it would have...
That's quite possible. However, you...
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed. This is a familiar feeling, yet...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I was just trying to recall why we came out.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
Dulu nih, ini flashback. Kalau flashback penting kagak nih? Mohon maaf dulu nih.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to
Flashback?
say.
Apa dong?
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to...
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we would have done without your help. So this is a little token of our...
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly...
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Miss...
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I...
That's right.
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to.
Huh? We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Pas yang di persidangan ini, Furina.
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your
Lah.
trial is about to begin.
What the fuck?
My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
PT10 donat. Itu bukan donat kocak, itu peler hijau anjing.
Oh?
Sidang? Kenapa Navia? Saya PT20, saya juga Navia.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly... Karina, Desiree, Joyville,
Lah.
Jolien,
Itu kan nama-nama korban yang tadi.
Why are so... And as for the judge... huh? Where's Mr.
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right, but...
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're...
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just...
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no...
How wonderful, Miss
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. Stay
here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent...
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being...
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become in...
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend and that is how we will enforce.
My head...
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very... Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect...
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority... Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, Must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying? No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia.
Silence.
Loh.
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is...
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place.
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
Oke. Buat awal-awal not bad. Buat awal-awal ya.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
Selamat ya.
You're awake. Good.
Kok ada dia? Ngapain dia?
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw two oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you.
Dua oceanid. Melus Silver.
Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say oceanids? You mean like what happened with...
Perhaps those two oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's...
Why do you look so stiff all of it? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing?
I suppose so.
Sempat-sempatnya.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meripede has not been too much for her.
Don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's...
I see. Well, that is good. I have always...
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately. And I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meripede.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about some... So, Neuvillette... This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to invest...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yang dulu.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right, another one joins the party. Let's get going then. Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Itu kalau gue jatuh? Kalau gue jatuh gimana? Ya ampun. Samping ternyata. Lah, naiknya gimana? Udah chapter 6 nggak baru mulai. Terus gue naiknya gimana anjir kalau tangganya ancur begini? Masa terus-terusan gue pakai si ini? Item. Yang nggak punya. Ico yang nggak punya. Oh, balik. Hehehe, bego. Ada bisa nih. Apa tuh?
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here. Get with me.
Lah. Gua belum ngapa-ngapain. Ini sih hancur lagi ya. Makan.
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up.
Yes.
Yeah. Know my sword. Let me weave you a verse. Huh?
Defract.
Dissipate.
Flicker.
Easy. Gila. Satisfying banget. Kemarin tuh buat Furina kah? Kagak lah. Gue gak mau numpuk kocak. Gue males numpuk-numpuk konten ya. Bukan buat Furina. Furina kan gue bilang gak playable. Kan dia mati. Kena death sentence. Sebenarnya itu bukan banner Furina, tapi bannernya si Charlotte, ya kan? Ya, channel tapi bodo amat. Itu banner Charlotte kocak, bukan banner Furina. Juga katanya minimal C1. Oke, easy Charlotte, watch and learn. Tar. Aduh, layar gua ini, Cok. Layar gua error. Error anjir layar gua. Hah! Gue nggak bisa gimmick layar error karena gimana gue nggak kaget, Cok. Gue nggak bisa gimmick layar error. Gimana gue nggak kaget kalau anjing ini padahal hari ini barusan tadi siang gue tuh ngeluh-ngeluh kan kayak anjing nih orang-orang dapat Furina 3, gue kapan dapat 2B5 10 pula lah emang game anjing. Itu PC berapa ya? Itu nggak nyampe 20. Itu gua kan tadi 15 dapat Charlotte. 15. 25. Ih, tolol ya. Anjing. 25, Cok. I mean ya C1 dapat C1 Charlotte. Yang penting dapat C1 Charlotte. Tapi kok anjing. Ntar C2-nya apa? Katanya C2-nya ini, C2 dulu baru Signa katanya. Karena kan orang biasanya kan ini kan karakter terus Signa. Enggak. Karakter terus C1 kan, baru Signa. Ini C2. C2 emang kenapa? Let the people rejoice itu ultinya. Oh ya benar ultinya. Meningkatkan fanfare yang diperoleh Furina dan dari bertambah atau berkurangnya HP anggota party di sekitar yang melebihi batas. Oh, anjing. C3. Oh, ultinya ya. Naikin ultinya. Lebih cepat keisi ya. C3-nya ya sih ultinya ini. Dia salah satu ini kan yang ultinya wajib di crown. Anjing, kenapa sih karakter yang gua nggak mau? Karakter yang gua nggak mau selalu kayak gitu, Cok. Apa sih ini game? Karakter yang gua nggak mau loh. Selalu kayak begitu, Cok. Ah, ini game. Emang setan ya, anjing. Lu red off kocak kan gue baru dapet Jin. Gue kan gacha Neophilia cuman kalau dapet Jin C5.
This is the place. There should not be
Dadanmu
other hidden spaces
ya,
in the
diam
vicinity.
kamu.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Red on tapi dua Furina itu loh. Dua Furinanya itu yang di luar dugaan kambing. Dua Furina. Masanya sampai 2 Furina gitu loh. Karakter yang gue mau tuh nggak pernah dapet 2 B5. Itu masalahnya. Apa sih ini? HSR juga sama aja, tai. HSR gue gak mau Jingli low PT. Furina gak mau Furina low PT. Dapet 2 lagi anjing. 2 loh. Red on tapi 2 cok. Aduh gue sampai gak fokus storynya lagi, tai.
We should just leave them be for.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past.
River psikolog. Raiden juga, gue gak mau Raiden dapat mulu low PT sampai C2. Bisa diomong sih.
Does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's content.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind.
Sumpah gue gak fokus storynya, tai.
She's facing this.
Harus sedih. Pala lu. Gue gak fokus storynya, sumpah gara-gara kejadian tadi gue gak fokus storynya. Gimana karena apaan pulau di langit? Apa Celestia?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain.
Apa? Buat ngehentiin ramalannya ini, ngorbanin Furina kayak begini. Apain dia?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, the Paimon's getting the chills just looking at it. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it does.
Still, Paimon feels.
Navia ngarang aja. Gue gak fokus storynya, sumpah. Udah digambar korbanin Furina. Gak apa-apa kocak, korbanin ya Furina.
It's right. If the images are in chronological order,
Villainnya Furina kocak.
surrounding Fontaine come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
Tar. Kalau gambar ini diurutkan kronologisnya, maka yang keempat, Fontaine tenggelam, harusnya disimpan sebelum yang ketiga. Hydro jatuh ke air.
And yet the order is reversed here.
Kok balik? Anjing. Jadi game reverse. Dibalik. Wah. Gak terinspirasi mungkin. Jadi kayak reverse gini. Kayak game reverse. Mereka mengaku dosa-dosanya apa?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Katanya dulu orang Celestia. Ini pulau terbang kan? Celestia kan berarti pulau terbang ini? Egeria.
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would... Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or...
But who would have created
Tapi
these slates and...
Navia ngarang-ngarang gini, karangan dia masuk akal buat neophilet ya. Gak ngasal ngarang dia, kayak duduk pada. Siapa yang nulis? Masa Aegirius sendiri? Gak mungkin Aegiria-nya sendiri dong yang nulis.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Ngomong kambing. Pertanyaannya apa betul peristiwa yang lama? Tidak. Aduh.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina.
You still have energy for that?
Just head back to the Fluvsandra and have a...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work, Traveler. I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well.
Mang bakal dikasih tahu.
Drop by my office. I will share the
Kalau
results
ada
of our
waktu
discussion
silakan
with
mampir
you.
ke kantor aku akan.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily. Which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the
kasih
present
tahu.
situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandra is always open. All right.
Ya. Terus dialog lagi. Ya ampun.
We're finally back.
Welcome back. We've got a
Yay! And there's good food too. Ooh,
Nah, ini nih dialog gak pentingnya.
forget what happened today.
Hah?
Oh, that voice.
Is that
So-
who I think it is?
Hah? Lu gak diajak kocak?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Lu tuh gak diajak kocak lu ya. Bener aja anjing ada Mona.
Mona?
Di trailernya ada ini suara Mona kan katanya.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who the...
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag, there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name.
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Gimana gue bacanya? Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus. Ya, gitulah.
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just
thrice as great? That's so...
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus Act.
Talk about accept.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can
Dan sepertinya penting banget obrolan tadi ya. Tai. Penting banget obrolan tadi.
But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Oh, kenapa nggak langsung to the point kayak begini? Lu ngapain di Fontaine lah, apalah. Anjing ngomongin beginian penting amat.
My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while. After we...
Masih dilanjut.
At least we know you won't be dissolved by fun.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know there's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on.
Charlotte.
I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine. Even that of all Tevat. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all.
Of course.
Si
The
Paus.
old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexen Circle colleagues.
Nah ya, anggota ini, si Nicole katanya. Katanya ada.
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I...
Thanks, Mona! You're amazing!
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, you're
That's the greatest of astrologists for you!
Indeed, indeed!
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does. That's smart. Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of... But it's time to get up, traveler.
Tapi gue penasaran, apakah C2 Charlotte? Oke, gak mungkin koneksi. Nah, Charlotte. Semudah ini dapetin Charlotte. Itu doang dapetin Charlotte, Cok. Naik attack dong.
You're here, finally.
Kenapa?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have got.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us.
MC ngomong. Emang ngomong tadi? Kagak.
It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon. Look at this. This is a list of...
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again.
Nanti ya.
I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know, but you found them in some ancient...
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate. The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon
Beneran ditegasin
Egeria
gini.
once had to confess to or apologize for a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't...
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Dikatain dungu, Mek.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter Oh! The opera's...
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her.
Lut, apaan
She
kalut?
was smiling.
Sengaja menyem.
She did.
I assume you've been outside for a while.
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Ntar aja kan, nggak mungkin kasih tahu.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Dikasih death sentence, astaga, pinter juga sih Kemprul ya, naga bego.
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the hide...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure...
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid
Mafia.
to do?
Atau Knef? Knef sih kayaknya. Dia yang bisa mojokin Furina soalnya. Soalnya siapa lagi coba?
Well, that's every. Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a...
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at...
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh. You
At least
might
semua
be right.
terlibat loh.
Anyway,
Kecuali Nif.
to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss... As for what that is, well... let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create...
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand. And used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail...
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
I see.
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Berapa nih?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right.
I've also gone diving to...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Nama Arte.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now...
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait, and naturally, our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our tech.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like...
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person...
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such trick. But I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait.
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are...
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what...
I mean, gue juga paham yang tadi cuma perumpamaan kambing. Harus banget dijelasin kayaknya. Yang namun harus dilakukan agar konten tidak seperti elah, jatuh mulu.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world. Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Siapa? Mona.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
Mayat!
Merely refresh.
Who's that?
Aw, have you forgotten?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice.
The voice from the sky, I fear that you're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
Ini Mihoyo bu males ngedesain karakter atau gimana, dibikin mayat loh. Kacau anjir, dibikin mayat kayak gak ada wujudnya.
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own
Udah kayak
eyes.
poltergeist kambing.
Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? So you've just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods. Could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for
the voice.
Penyihir N. Kenapa sih N dibikin inisial? Kasih petunjuk gitu ya.
Hey, it's you.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we...
Did she have pink?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hope. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, but I've never met her. And if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and
mayat
N's been
beneran,
around for
Cok.
longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really...
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen it, but even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate, perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing... I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about
bagus juga suara Inggris Mona. Dipikir-pikir.
I need to get go. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling, and I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like...
Down skill gua.
Flicker.
Huh?
Huh?
Our names are... Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble... My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blind adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and
Penting banget ya ampun.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Tar, gimana ini?
Oh, are you here to buy cake
Oh.
too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right.
Wait, did he really say something like—
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you—
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe—
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only live. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You 2 try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this
Traktir
cake will
loh.
be delicious. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with this. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here. Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Mana Charlotte?
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Kayak suara dari speaker. Masa? Suara apaan? Gua game? Suara game? Kayak nggak ada yang berubah deh. Coba bentar. Nah. Gimana?
You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Set gue emang kadang audionya suka kayak begini aja.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really?
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist...
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real...
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary...
Huh? So your article...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the thing...
Yeah, are we even...
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
Intonasinya kenapa begitu banget? Si Paimon.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to...
Huh, that's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost.
That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as... I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note...
That's so nice. All of a sudden... Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking.
Kalau tiba-tiba di lautnya ada something kan seru kali ya.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow. No, Paimon should ask if you could choose. We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling? Huh. Wait. Feels like it'll grow mold, but it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only
So the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Mirapede. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally... Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started...
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for...
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened...
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone...
So... You mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. But that said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervilat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say...
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go...
Ah, is that so?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try... Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the... In that case, there's none among...
Kalau bener sih keren ya.
This place looks deserted. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Kenapa dia kayak kepotong tadi? Siapa tuh? Oh beneran. Gila beneran loh.
That's Farina, right over there.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and... Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were some...
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't...
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my... They even dare to tout their Archon! I must teach them a lesson. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them. Of course not!
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
Datar banget tuh.
They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in... That's against the rules.
Bisa aja loh.
Quick, we have to catch up with...
Alasannya bisa aja loh. Wow. Kejar-kejaran yang sangat epic sekali ya. Wow. Aku tegang. Wow.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon.
What?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is war...
Waduh, ruangan sempit-sempit begini kambing.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Sini tidak kedap suara.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flood.
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency...
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophet. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from it, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, we cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean fine indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times. His fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules.
The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their just now. It all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for... Well, that's enough for now.
Oh fuck, langsung berubah.
Impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Cutscene? Beneran sih. Fuck, dibawa sama Lin. Anjing, literally ini perangkap yang diomong tadi.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial.
So this is what it is. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice.
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Bener.
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Oh. Ya. Kecewa berat.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands...
Looking for excuses again!
I raised my hands just now to indicate I will admit that I've been running... I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. But now, it is time for the Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true... This time... I applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now...
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is
All right, then. Who will...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please...
Mulai seru.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Oh.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head. So, we arranged for a second group to lie at.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontaine.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than some...
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the opera, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary... Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this
Dan
off.
nggak kedengaran banget suaranya ya, itu banyak banget kambing.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt with...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Clorans, you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be all so that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role, you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through.
Pasang lagi nih.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped... So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Arch, a Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct, the fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. According to Monsieur Nervilette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
Di Meropit building lama cuman 2 ini doang intinya. Tai.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, That still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something so...
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervylette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this, of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Ngomong MC-nya.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Tindak pidana.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right?
Charge accepted.
MC ngomong. Iya, Cok. Dua dialog. Gelo.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric.
Harus sampai
Isn't
meragukan
it going-
identitas.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There, see? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500?
Nifla.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extent.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nervlet?
Lady Farina is actually a... Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking...
Okay.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why for centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the... One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is...
Bener juga. Berarti kill dah.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared child?
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are natural.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order.
Gila. Cara ngomong Oratrice mekanik d'analyse cardinal.
While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial.
Tapi bagus. Voiceover bisa logat kayak begitu keren.
You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules.
I never thought you...
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all...
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and... Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the
real Hydro Archon. Well, it is true that I did not know why the Oratrice, but the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the...
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
Gelo.
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into indemnity. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Jauh di sini jawab.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please, I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you love, please.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents?
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
Kalau tidak bisa dipegang bahwa dia bukan Archon, ya tinggal buktikan saja. Siap. Kalau Furina memang hanya manusia biasa.
That doesn't sound right.
Saya ini. Berarti ini.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere...
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear now. I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some... So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of the seawater?
Bacot kamu, Prapu. Bukan NPC kocak, NPC maksud gue MVP kocak dia. Oh, NPC. MVP yang di sini NPC-nya Furina.
If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should, but if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Tamat, buset.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion.
Sekitar berapa jam sampai tamat? Dari sini sampai tamat berapa jam?
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all.
Apakah di sini hilangnya jadi mayit?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to
40 menitan.
decline
Buset.
participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically...
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal...
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin.
Di sini MVP. Navia kocak. Udah pamerah gitu ini next di
She
bawah.
was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful... Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Intonasinya bagus banget, cok. Dapat banget sumpah feel apa penadaan voice Inggrisnya gila.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Iya ya, dia doang yang punya ekspresi kayak gitu, Cok. Sampai netes gitu.
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale.
Mécanique d'analyse cardinale. What the?
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's...
No, the oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was...
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the...
Furina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Anjir, merinding gua, Cok.
Yeah, even Vache wasn't sentenced to death by the oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearance.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission for...
Gila, dibawa sama dia.
That the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for...
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. Would like...
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to...
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina. And, so when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates.
Oh, berarti Furina bukan Archon, guys, ya. Furina bukan Archon. Archon aslinya nggak playable, berarti masih aman ya gue dapat Furina.
However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the content.
Aman, kocak. Aman, Cok. Yang dengan ini kamu bisa gimmick. Bukan gimmick, kocak. Kan dia emang nggak, faktanya kan dia bukan Archon. Faktanya dia bukan Archon. Archon yang aslinya nggak playable. Setelah saya selesai ya. Kan katanya Mbak Pool, ya kan? Katanya kan Mbak Pool.
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But the second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But this must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surround? That reminds well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Dapat jin. Oh, jin bagus kok. Apa tadi? Menggambarkan Archon yang menggunakan kekuatan untuk mengubah manusia menjadi manusia. Ini.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn
Ya cuma di Fontaine MC nggak terlalu bisu. Sumpah, gue ngerasa di Sumeru, Monster, Lie, Inazuma MC bisu-bisu banget dah. Ini yang menggambarkan akan Celsia yang melayang di udara lalu Archon Hydro dan para pengikutnya memuja bersama-sama, tapi ya.
Perhaps what is about to take place
emang bagus.
has all happened before. The true sin
Udah mulai kayak HSR MC-nya, banyak omong. Bagus actually, daripada MC yang bisu. Lebih bagus.
Has recorded on the stone slates.
MC bisu yang kita rasa MC-nya bukan si Aether, tapi malah karakter lain. Tenggelam di laut dikelilingi banyak orang. Salah. Ini.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea.
Sama 20 hari blessing cukup gak sih sampai banner hilang? Udah PT 23. Cukup? Lu belum explore kan? Atau udah explore di map-map sebelumnya? Kalau belum sih bisa-bisa aja nyampe. Ya dan gua gak baca lagi tadi kambing. Ya itulah pokoknya. Orang Fontaine akan larut dalam air.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause, if we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very bad.
Sumeru bisa kalau lu bener-bener nguli ya.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this...
Ya.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass.
Dari explore juga banyak. Ini aja gue explore map Patrick 1 itu 4.000 lebih primonya. 4.000 lebih. 4.000, 2.000 sorry. Yang Patrick 1 ya, 2.000 lebih total primo yang gue dapat. Kalau di map 4.0 mungkin lebih. Mungkin 3.000 hampir nyampe kali.
The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of...
Nyampe lah. Kalau lu belum Sumeru juga kan? Itu yang dihitung baru Fontaine, Sumeru belum. Sumeru juga kan ada pohon itu kan, pohon kayak air mancurnya Fontaine yang pakai sigil. 80%. Tambah event nyampe harusnya sih.
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Konsumer udah kelar. Waduh. Kalau tambah event kalau tambah event 900. Tambah lagi map ini. Map ini kalau gua kira-kira nyampe kali 2000 sama kayak itu. Jatuhnya nanggung, kayak jatuhnya bakal nanggung deh. Mungkin di 60 kayaknya lu stuck. Nggak tahu dah. Di event gue nggak tahu. Di event nggak tahu dapat berapa primo. Kalau nyampe 10 puluh sih nyampe ya. Harusnya sampai PT.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
Biasanya 1K. Kalau segitu event biasa nyampe berarti. Tapi nggak tahu ya, kalau lu hard PT mungkin nggak nyampe. Mungkin sampai PT 80 sekian ya mungkin nggak nyampe.
We're not real humans.
Kalau tambah star glitter, misalkan lu tukerin star glitter, tambah lagi, tambah ini juga kan, tambah abis juga, tambah lagi sama spiral, ya nyampe lah.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without pride. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty.
The Hydro Archon's true sin?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when... So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the... In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on Earth. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the... However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Set damage foreigner untuk 40 surfer plus 35 damage. Ah, itu apanya? Ultinya. Bacot serak. Pinjam word. Buat apa? Furina. Gak ada, bunga gua udah habis.
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct.
Tai katanya anti Archon. Lah. Tapi gua nggak naikin. Bunga gua udah diambil sebenarnya, lebih tepat ya, diambil sama orang. Damage dealt. Damage dealt tuh hitungannya ini kan, kayak hasil akhirnya. Jadi hasil akhir ditambah lagi sama damage dealt, ya nggak sih? Kalau damage bonus itu kan sebelum crit, so gue ya. Atau ya setelah crit juga bisa aja sih, sama aja hasilnya juga harusnya. Tapi kalau damage dealt harusnya hasil akhir ditambah damage dealt kayaknya. Mungkin ya, mungkin. Kalau gitu mah lebih kuat daripada damage bonus dong, kambing. Kayak Yelan.
In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind.
Bisa gantiin Kazuha di party? Nggak tahu dah. Party apa dulu tapi? Mereka ingin merasakan sendiri lalu mengalihkan mereka untuk menjadi makhluk pada manusia pada.
However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not want to give in. She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea.
Lah, quick belum dong jadinya.
And they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Jadi quick belum dong? Bukan aggravate.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Ya, jadi quick belum. Coba tanya ke sepupu Frapu. Gue nggak gitu paham Furina, jujur aja.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people.
So That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard us. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the
Kamu pu yang Furinanya tai.
After all, her
Lu lebih paham
sin was
kambing.
creating us.
Kita tidak boleh membiarkan.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved.
Di luar prediksi
Which
BMKG
implies
bangsa.
that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice.
Tesor tanpa Kazuha. Gimana ceritanya tuh kami? Halo Om, ada si Om. Mana Om? Halo Cupa Kabura. Mana Puh? Aku pemula kocak.
You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Anjing. Bisa gitu plotnya, Cok.
Yes. It refers to our
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid
Official
fulfilling the
Komi
prophecy,
Bedo Furina. Bedo Furina. Coba lu tanya si Om. Mumpung ada orangnya tuh. Coba lu tanya si Omnya aja. Gue cuma tahu Furina itu bersinergi buat kayak karakter-karakter yang ini apa? Yang nggak pernah dilihat sama Meta lah intinya. Kayak Noel salah satunya.
in truth,
Tapi kalau
everything
kayak
we've
party ke
done
situ gue
has
nggak tahu dah.
happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now it seems we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Anjing plot twist.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fact about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of
Sejalur iya,
primordial
Cok.
seawater beneath the fortress of Meropide served as the sure's
Anjing,
sign that the
plot twistnya
prophecy was
jelek
about to
banget.
come to pass, yes?
Tablet baru tuh keempat kamu yakin bahwa benar bahwa ramalan itu.
However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Cutscene? Oh enggak. Gue kira cutscene kamu.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Apa sumber dari Gue kira si paus. Ini nih. Ini paus.
It was both dream and reality.
Kok paus kenapa milih Cilde ya?
Talking about a true culprit, that could only be that.
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root.
Wih. What the fuck, baru diomongin. Panjang umur, Cok. No fillet. Gelo di blok. Cis, gelo. Oh, anjir, keren banget, Cok. Gelo, itu udah kayak King Spiral bersatu ya, guys ya. King Spiral bersatu tuh. Kayak gitu tuh jadinya tuh ya. Lah, malah balik lagi. Ih, corontok apa armor? Udah di batas ya.
Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen to make an appearance here.
Bro, kayak betul sebelum bro.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible
Pantesan
to
dia.
resist. Therefore,
Makin jelas,
when
Cok.
it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, from the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long...
That battle maniac.
Battle maniac.
We had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like... Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the...
Tinggal gebukin anjing bahasanya.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive. and swim off towards some...
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the truth. We've come so far.
Terus Furinanya? Apa kabar? Ngapain aja tuh Furina di atas?
Impossible foe.
Diem aja gitu?
Just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter...
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Paimon itu anon god. tinggal dikurung aja.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You
Kalau urusannya sama takdir?
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things ultimately fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter.
Si Furina bakal tapi ada cara untuk menyelamatkan orang-orang. Furina bakal ngapain? Turu kambing. Apa ya kelewatan? Oh iya, si bego anjing. Ngomong lah kambing. Oh, cutscene lagi?
What's happening with the archeries?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina!
No, I still need answers.
Pikir Raiden. Oh fuck. Wih, beda Furinanya. Furinanya beda. Jadi enggak ini nih. Kelihatan enggak sih? Ketutup face enggak sih? Ini, Cok. Beda anjir. Nyeker. Yang ini cakep kok.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
Yang ini cakep, Cok. Yang ini, nah ini baru cakep, Cok. Kalau yang Furina tadi, elah, apa, Cok?
The sweet sound of bewilderment.
Vokalor.
A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question,
Fosolo, why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
Iya, Furina kan manusia. Ini baru Archon ya. Tapi dia nggak playable. Archon pertama yang nggak playable ya, guys ya.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor.
Harus banget gitu depannya kebuka, Bang.
That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria.
Archon kurang bahan gitu loh bajunya.
It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. Now does it?
Raiden kan Archon aslinya A. Bener juga. Apakah? Nggak usah lah, ngapain.
She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come and as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril.
Boleh juga.
So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
Bukan peot kambing. Dia umurnya udah legal.
I spent a terribly long time mulling it over.
Tapi dari belakang kelihatannya dewasa banget kambing.
And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally.
Aku menghabiskan waktu merenungkan semuanya sendiri di dasar laut. Masa kayak Raiden lagi? Orang Archon Hikikomori.
I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
Lu suka pale lu.
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the
Bangke,
nation,
diperjelas
the
loh.
quotidian duties of the Hydra Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race
Dia
of
di dasar
humans,
laut mulu. Anjir, keriputan kali. Minimal sih keriputan ya, nggak wajah, kaki, tangan semua.
clean up.
Keriputan, Cok. Kayak Jingliu. Keriputan semua. Kan kalau lama-lama di air tuh keriputan tuh tangan kan. Jadi minimal keriput lah dia, ya kan? Kayak Jingliu. Sampai dosa.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Ngesenggol Jingliu perang.
Yes.
Lah, kan sama kayak Jingliu. Nenek tua, keriputan, encok, bau tanah. Nah. Bahkan temen gue juga bilang kadang orang kalau udah tua tuh suka bau tanah. Nah, Jingliu berarti. Nenek-nenek bau tanah, Cok. Si Jingliu. Ngomong gitu ke Yaya apa? Yaya mah udah dari dulu. Bau amis. Lebih parah lagi, bangsa. Lebih parah lagi, Cok. Iya, berarti dia udah nenek tua, keriputan, bau amis.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
Manusia tuh, Farina manusia kok, Cok. Bukan Archon dia, jadi masih bisa gue dibilang sebagai anti Archon ya.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
Tapi bangke juga dia. Spoiler ya kan udah jelas di judul.
But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted.
Beda gaya rambut di kita ya. Ini banget loh, ngubah banget loh. Dia lebih cakep dia. Rambutnya diginiin tuh. Daripada Farina.
Anyway, so then I cursed her.
Lah, beneran dikutuk.
All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone.
Kayak kelihatan beda nggak?
On her throne.
Beda. Kayak gini lebih cakep kelihatannya. Terakhir di ramalan Archon.
In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Fosalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the... Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
Role aslinya badut. Parah lu ya. Parah gue gak mikir gitu loh. Gue mikir aja nih manusia polos-polos. Udah mah polos dikasih beban Archon gitu loh.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera.
But Farina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being.
Jadi polos dikasih beban gitu loh. Beban Archon lagi.
Begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me and it's been 500, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and
dikatakan mengandung perasaan. Pindah POV. Gak bisa. Oke.
Flicker.
Lah. Gue mau hold E loh kambing.
Permitted you to come onto the stage. Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the
Astaga, ini aku woy ya, elah ternyata gini banget ya. Tapi kalau main, gue sih nggak pernah gagal ya.
All right. It is not my intent to
Jangan lihat aku,
reprimand
jangan
you.
lihat aku.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
Tidak perlu menyebutkan nama aku Prira. Mana penontonnya?
Oh, do not jest.
Biarkanlah panggung menjadi gelap, tolong. Tolong susah.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless
Ini
Fontanians are upon
isi dalam hati kecilnya dia.
I must at all times display the utmost elegance and
Yang ini
nobility.
actingnya. Terus sekali tembus ya bahkan. Anjir. Sampai alam bawah sadarnya pun turut. Cutscene. Enggak, kambing. Suruh mati tampil.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Tiket. Tiket apa? Oh, retris. Oh, tiket ini ke gedung. Apa? Jadi suruh duduk situ. What the fuck? Kayak ini, apa sih? Silent film. Nah, kayak silent film, Cok. Tadi persis juga kan kayak trailer Furina yang paling barunya kan, atau yang lama gue lupa. Itu kayak ini silent film juga konsepnya.
Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Suaranya sih tante ya, vokalor.
Mirror me?
Mirror you, huh? You know what?
Mirror me. What?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro-Archon.
Oh, very good. You know.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just...
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like...
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to
Ada
turn
karakter siapa?
things
Furina.
around.
Furina nggak pakai heal.
It is the reason
Furina nggak usah
why
pakai heal.
you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me.
Kayak kan gue bilang nih suaranya
So
tata-tata banget.
much and with so much as for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world.
Kayak Cookie Bennett gitu. Oh. Kayak kalau Cookie tadi, misalkan rotas yang tadi, nggak quick swap sih kayaknya. Skill 2 ulti Cookie-nya. Jadi seenggaknya ada satu tick nge-heal dia dikit. Atau nggak pakai yao-yao.
All the people of Fontaine on one side.
Cuman kalau yao-yao ya,
on the other.
damage-nya kurang.
Is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
Gelo.
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to
Berat
you.
sama Furina. Kalau nggak tahu, kalau kayak Bennett kan emang dari awal sinerginya kurang, tapi kalau kayak Cookie gue nggak tahu.
Huh? Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro-Archon. A play as... That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must... If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But...
But how will I do this? A human is...
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but... So, how long am I going to have to...
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow up, but I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial? Huh.
Ada tangga nih, bisa nggak naik dari pinggir langsung? Nggak bisa, harus dari belakang.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Archon. Indeed, in truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my... Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine that. Calm down, Farina. Think. What? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim, oh, well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a... Now then, let us be...
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera?
Personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than...
Oh, jadi kecil dulu ininya. Ini cuma ngasih kuat. Jadi cuma modal sandiwara doang, bro.
Deity, how wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, we have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well,
kayak gini nih, harusnya ada meter choice, cok. Bisa banget loh dibikin meter choice nih.
No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must.
Ya, malah kayak begini. Kiranya bakal meter choice kambing.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let there is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that, so long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the oratrice, I shall even judge the...
Mending bagusin desain runway. Bangsa. Udah bagus, Cok. Apalagi di tengah. Ya, tengah itu. Itulah pokoknya.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Besides, none of these trials were the one...
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly...
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
That's true, I Fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought.
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now. Do your duties.
Seorang nopal muda. Enggak deh. Orang lain itu. Harusnya.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for...
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an... All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future...
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you.
Di flashback ini.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't...
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's...
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the...
Really? Have they found any?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any...
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue
Buat setelah dia diangkat jadi dewa, maksudnya disuruh acting kan sama Vocalor kan tadi di cermin tuh. Lanjutannya ya kayak gini nih. Ya kayak tadi yang lu lihat tuh. Yang di Act 2 dia pidato di 3 aktivitas dia. Tuh.
I haven't had them, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine. I just need... Alright.
Di 4 ngapain nih?
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that.
Lady Farina, I've waited so...
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed.
Dan dia gini-gini terus selama 500 tahun.
Don't think I let anything slip
Tidak ada yang
today.
bocor. Pokoknya semua orang harus...
I must show the people that I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted.
Iya, Arlecchino emang bangsat berarti ya. Jadi literally Arlecchino anjing langsung berubah, Cok. Apa pandangan kita ke Furina. Lihat flashback kayak begini. Furina emang nggak bisa bilang berarti. Anjing gitu-gitu terus, Cok. Adegan what the fuck.
Lady Farina, it's like I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deuteria, almost 20 generations ago.
Gini terus sampai 20 generasi, bangsa.
And what a fine family yours is indeed.
What? Are you
about it. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person.
Dia nggak bisa bilang karena takut rencananya gagal, Cok.
God whose dominion is the waters, can I?
Dia nggak bisa bilang sampai ke 20 generasi, the fuck.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then.
Iya, nggak bilang. Bahkan Neophylact pun nggak tahu.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
Dialog ini, Cok. Yang di arah mancur, anjir.
Hundreds
Ini.
of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so have I reached my limit. I want to tell someone, anyone about this.
Tuh, dia nggak bisa cerita karena takut rencananya gagal.
I've done so far. I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please.
Ini keberapa lagi? Furina dan yang bilang ini. Oh, gue kira timeline yang sekarang ngasih POV pemikiran dia.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Oh.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Bener dong.
Your people are more than willing to share your burden.
Ngomong MC kita akhirnya. Kotak sulap itu ya, yang di poison.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to just share it with me.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you can. And if to that is in its entirety a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Pas dia mau cerita ke MC, ya kan, karena MC bukan orang sini. Jadi nggak bakal ngaruh apa-apa ke rencananya. Kita gitu.
He's right. I could confide in
Tuh
him,
kan.
couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, but no, Farina, you should. But what if it's really all right, Farina? You've worked so hard for so. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by. Think about it. Long and hard.
Umur panjang. Tidak, terima kasih.
I have nothing to say. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness.
Masih tahu ujung-ujungnya.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed. It seems that trusting humanity...
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Eudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now
Mona,
seems that
Mona orang lewat kambing, gak ada gunanya di story.
machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with
Bener
me.
dong.
Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Teori orang? Jadi ada teori yang bilang kalau gnosisnya di dalam Oratrice sih, beneran ya? Aku menyatu dengan Oratrice dengan membawa serta gnosis Fontaine.
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to... Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will... I mean... Did you think I would be the sort to enjoy my work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the but really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Kumpulin indemnitium cuma buat di ini, rencana ini. Jatuhin hukuman mati.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice, but only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by...
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Cakep, Mek. Yoi. Pernah buat nusuk paus. Masa sih?
In other words, this was all done
Mungkin
to
ya.
return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Kosan Hydro Archon kembali kepada ya.
Oh, what? Getting sad again. The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragon. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original power... Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, And to me, justice defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice at this point. We, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall...
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have... You are a devious one, Fussalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Ya dosa Celestia kali.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid.
Jangan bilang.
Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in
Jangan
common.
bilang. Itu jatuh ntar. Kalor.
Farewell, Nervillet. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Printing bocor asli. Nah, sekarang hiduplah sebagai seorang manusia. Itu yang kubayang. What the f...
I, Iudex Nervillet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Jadi, oh, kapan Nervillet band? Jadi sakti gitu tuh ya, Cok. Ada ya. Biar si Nervillet ini nggak benci sama orang Fontaine gara-gara kekuatannya ada. That's soft.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Belum playable. Kadang emang gitu, Cok. Mioyo, tai. Yang mati nggak playable. Seenggaknya kayak Danheng lah, ya kan? Kayak Danheng, ada 2 gitu kan. Danheng orang sama Danheng naga.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved,
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial. We should seize the
Kalau
opportunity to
bintang
pursue our quarry.
minimal kasih skinnya dah. Kalau ada skinnya, gila. Beli kali gua. Kamu dapat kekuatan.
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Maksudnya aku.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Mana-mana jadi. Ya, C7 kocak. Ini udah pernah lawan sih.
But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way.
Weekly-nya ya, ini weekly bossnya.
I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Dia cuma perlu digebuk aja sih, nggak perlu di burst kayak damage gitu-gitu, nggak usah sih. Yang pas mode buy one udah kelar tuh, nah itu baru dihabisin aja udah. Bodo amat. Itu bisa gua hancurin.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility.
Oh shit.
Chance will present itself.
Nah ini, Brel. Mirip ini cowok musuh HSR tuh. Kalau lihat-lihat tuh. Mirip musuh HSR anjir. Mati lo. Gelo. Ngeri. Terinspirasi. Cutscene. Gelo, literally giga chat cok. Neophilet. Oh. Lah. Bye, have a great time anjing. Childrennya. Gak. Lucu cok, liat. Bye, have a great time anjing. Gak, kenapa Children dilempar? Biar apa? Bye, have a great time. Peliharaan. The fuck, guru? Hah? Guru dilempar kayak itu.
Actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Tapi kenapa di sini mukanya kelihatan kayak ini ya, cewek moe kambing, kayak nggak kelihatan mengerikan kayak tadi ya?
power. Who are you exactly?
Masih ada iya, Cok.
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
Gurunya tipe yang gak banyak omong. Satu. Kalau playable, ini gua nggak ngeliat vision dia nih sama sekali. Tuh, aduh salah fokus, sorry.
But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring
Tidak
narwhal without
gelo
using
dengan yang
power from
lemah.
beyond this world.
Iya nggak pakai vision dia. Tapi kalian beda, kalian berhasil mengalahkan.
So you may speak to me as equals.
Orang macam apa yang ini literally digabung nih, digabung jadi satu pilihan. Jadi sebenarnya ini pilihan cuma satu ya. Anjing, ini bisa dibakar digabung nih. Orang macam apa yang mau milih tai. Sebagai orang yang setara, gelo nih orang.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much, and I have more important things to
Dia
do.
kayak bukan kayak Andrea juga sih. Matanya nggak bintang.
That creature has going for it is its looks.
Kuatnya tidak selevel. Dia tidak suka dealers atau development. Sampai punya urusan yang lebih penting daripada urusnya.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Nih, kayak karakter di Honkai. Mirip kayak Mara. Pale lu. Mara, dia bukan Jingliu ya, beda. Dia bukan mayat.
Miss Skirk, I think
the point being,
well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
Maksud gue mirip pilih.
Person is your master.
Kakinya kayak Voyager. Kakinya kayak Voyager, Cok. Di ini reverse. Mirip Voyager kakinya. Wah. Alien, Cok.
oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry.
Alien.
I assumed you did.
Alien dikit gak ngaruh ya.
His name is Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then?
Oh, kayak Silly dah. Kayak Silly Hon kayak, Cok. Pakaiannya gembel. Nggak cuma kaki, Cok. Tangannya juga loh. Voyager kan nggak sampai tangannya tuh. Anjir, alien, Cok.
The fowl?
Still nothing. Well, how about the visionary?
Ini apa? Anjing, banyak banget sama yang
Gold Rhine Daughter.
mungkin dibacanya ya itulah pokoknya surtalogi kali dibacanya. Tapi tulisan aslinya kayak gitu mungkin Part sheet. Apa ini maksudnya primordial 1 dan 4 mengikutnya? For sheet ya, literally. Oh enggak. Lain dotir, aku tak.
So you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles, but I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
Gede ya ini pitanya, pita lagi.
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest.
Tuh, kayak Silly, Cok. Sampai robek gini kambing. Ini kenapa sih harus didesain robek, bangke? Tuh, tai. Robeknya di situ lagi, goblok banget nih game ya.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Berarti iya, Cok, gembel. Udah mah alien gembel lagi.
Not to worry. Focalor has...
Cutscene lagi.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Nah udah, gini aja udah, kayak gini aja nggak apa-apa, sumpah. Jadi region mati, yang bisa kita ajak ngomong cuma Furina doang. Udah, bagus kayak gini cok, padahal udah ceritanya jadi gelap kambing, beneran jadi region mati. Jakarta 2030, goblok hanyut semua dong. Juga kena imbas ya kambing. Gak apa-apa cok. Tevat dunia mati, kita langsung ke Kaenria, langsung ke Abyss, cari Skrk label langsung. Nah, mending gitu kocak. What the fuck? Final Fantasy 9 bukan 9, berapa sih? Ya itulah. Gila, udah kayak ini aja. Hidupnya di kapal kan. Padahal kalau masih aja gue berharap ya, misalkan banjir kayak gini, airnya surut, tapi orang-orangnya mati, semuanya mati, tapi airnya surut gitu. Jadi kita masih bisa daily di sini seenggaknya. Ya. Iya, bukan Archon dia. Dan dia nggak bawa amis, yang bawa amis tuh Focalornya. MVP Novilet lah. Kan dia yang ngapus tadi sampai terbang ya kan. Nah, yang MVP taruhnya di koran. Berarti ini juga MVP ya guys ya. Oh, karena dia MVP juga, berarti ya masuk koran cok. Dia yang MVP masuk koran. Nah ini, sih. Udah. Nggak ada. Mau bilang, tapi Furina berjuang, nggak ada. Lihat, masuk koran, minimal masuk koran dulu. Kalau MVP kambing.
Skyship Winglet, Lunar Brain of the Fontaine Research, the various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr.
Gelo, keren juga kapalnya. Yang ini kan sempat ditunjukin kan di bawah, Meropit. Keren.
And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all.
Ini Charlotte masih ada, nggak dipecat kambing. Oh, nggak dong dia tahu siapa karakter of the year. Karakter MVP dia tahu. Nggak dong Charlotte mah. Nggak dipecat tuh.
With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
Ide Steambird-nya malah, bukan ide dia.
The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Anjir.
Byron's curious too!
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on! Let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the
Gue bener-bener masih ngarep aja kayak tadi, Cok. Banjir, surut, orangnya nggak ada. Ini hilang semua orangnya udah. Ini game kan mau event kayak gimana pun kotanya terasa mati kan. Nah udah matiin aja sekalian kotanya kambing. Item apaan lah? Ini item yang kayak ini. Item kayak beginian nih. Ini kan Mondstadt, Die, Inazuma, Sumeru. Berarti ini fountainnya nih kayak gini. Air mata lo ininya. Terus nggak. Terus si Cilde kemana? Pertanyaan gue itu aja tuh. Si Cilde kemana? Pertanyaan gue. Terus si Cilde mana? Habis dilempar gitu, Cok. Dilempar kayak bis lagi, terus gak ada gitu. Kayak POV Cilde-nya gitu. Dilatih lagi. Ya ampun. Minimal dikasih POV-nya dah. Gak bisa. Kasihlah POV Cilde lagi gitu kan sama skirt.
Oh, it's you.
Seenggaknya kita tahu kan latihan apa yang dikasih sama skirt gitu kan. Kalau latihan yang itu kan bahaya. Ya gitulah pokoknya ya.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatu.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friend?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
Si paling pengen nyelamatin. Iya, Cok. Ujung-ujungnya yang ngegendong ya si Fudina New Village gitu-gitu sama Navia ya termasuk.
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able.
Huh? You're here?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do.
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the traveler. It's better than wasting time
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Lo satu nih, nyamuk ganggu nih. Karena bisa jadi foto prewed.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you.
Wow, you really do have the... I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed.
Hello.
Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin who told Monsieur Nervillet, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards them? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that...
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case...
Stay safe now. And tell me if you...
Udah nih. Terus gunanya benteng ini tersedia apa? Gunanya tuh benteng ada buat apa coba?
Flicker.
Nah, habis ini kita bisa ngobrol sama Furina dong.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgia.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the...
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse...
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Malah dia.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear...
Sir, please don't say things...
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this...
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with the boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there. Still, if I might ask, where's that flag?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo.
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to...
Ah, Sijuin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, sure. Come on, Miss Sijuin. Over this way. Let's...
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some change.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jur?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want...
I'll just leave... I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his...
You sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually...
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will... As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the...
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it...
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then... All right, last stop, the docks.
Si Arlecchino. Gak ada Arlecchino, anjing. Sadar kali dia. Anjing gue gak guna ya. Dah mending gak usah nongol lagi lah gue.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks to...
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is...
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal. But if you see any of your things floating around, you can use
trick a friend.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by I'll help you make
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your...
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our map.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave under...
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show.
Lynette, could you...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
Lalu, kontribusi Arlecchino apa?
That's alright. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess
Fungsi
you
warga
know.
ya, itu kontribusinya.
After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Dikasih aja gitu.
A diplomatic gift?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking...
I would agree, but I've also heard that it's...
So there's some reason for...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speak...
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't... But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be...
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Uta kambing dipanggilnya father.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds.
Ganti muka, muka dia asli cowok guys. Anjing Futa dong.
Forever.
Beneran Futa dong.
As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision?
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our...
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather...
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for...
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later. So...
Minimal kantongnya bisa buat arte gue lah yang suka penuh kambing. Oh iya, gue kan ini ya. Ini kan di patch sebelumnya ini mentok level 30 kan. Mumpung udah update ya kan. Ini store dulu. Ayan, duit. Lima. Udah berapa ya? Lima puluh, 60, 64. Berarti ini cuma sampai 69 doang ya. Lah. Eh, 69. Bisa gue 70-in sih, bentar. Oh, dia crit rate. Ah, ini bahan dari mana? Oh, hider tuh lupa. Alah, kambing. Buat ini kocak. Buat ini. Nah, 70. Ini kalau gua 10 pull kuning nih kalau gua 10 pull nih. Buat standar kocak. Kan gua di Raiden juga gitu anjir. Nih, walaupun gua nggak punya Raiden kan. Salah pencet.
were going to have for...
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the... In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you. All right, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually say?
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say...
Wow. So that's what happened?
Makin lama kok makin enak, the fuck. Enggak lah. Furina bakal tetap level segitu kocak. Tapi dia bukan Archon ya? Kan dia bukan Archon guys, story-nya bukan Archon. Yang Archon itu Vocalor, bukan Furinanya. Dia cuman manusia polos yang dikasih beban Archon. Udah. Dia asli orang kocak. Tapi kalau gue naikin Vocalor mau sama siapa kocak?
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the... Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitution
Malah hitam.
to that of...
Malah hitamnya pakai ini nggak? Pakai Mare Hunter gak? Sama Furina sama Kuki kan? Dia udah pasti bisa pakai Mare Hunter atau tetap kayak tupis-tupis aja yang gue pakai sekarang.
But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally know...
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
Iya pakai ya. Gue juga ada, tapi R1 bisa nggak? Kalau R1 doang. Gue niatnya kalau misalkan si post red up lagi pengen gue gacain.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Nanyanya jadi ke ini, bukan ke Furina. Butuh IR gede. Gue IR gede sih.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the... But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had 10. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice stirring, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Guess Fossilor had Fontanians in mind.
Udah gede, iya udah gede. Emang gua waktu naikin Kuki apa nyari apa artinya Kuki emang sambil nyari IR juga. Gak tau kenapa tapi gabut aja. Karena ya gabut aja lah pokoknya. I mean mainstat kan udah IE, udah EM, mainstat. Ya udah ER mau apa lagi? HP. HP ER dah, gua kejar. Masa HP doang? HP ER dah.
Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans. Were the
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Luce?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead, those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, see...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Adatnya udah gak kepake, berarti langsung
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left.
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me before leaving the opera. I related Fossilor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary but
she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your...
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the youth.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty... As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Eudex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I...
Wow.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Perhentian selanjutnya. Bodo amat sama Gnosis Fontaine tai, bodo amat lah.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself
Anjing, langsung dijawab.
Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that the Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Berarti Nathan bakal ketemu si Kapten.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough...
Itu yang mukanya nggak kelihatan kan?
Seriously, everyone?
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. When we spoke to
Kambing,
Lily earlier,
malah dia
she
nanya.
mentioned that your attitude... We guessed that there might be some reason for it that...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Pindah POV. Harusnya sih pindah POV minimal.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over...
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference.
Juga lama-lama gue liat-liat ya.
I can finally catch the scent of your power. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what...
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never...
According to your parlance...
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me, but I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information... It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in art. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, But once a person does...
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts.
This third descender you refer to, who are they?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just... If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you.
Next time. You believe we will meet?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not.
The remains of the third, so that's what the gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special...
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by...
Pasti ada hubungannya. Yang datang suruh.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not... That means that the gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come. I wonder, is your body all...
Like being able to use elemental No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels... Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of
Alright, whatever the case, it seems like the...
Yes, all of Focalors...
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day life flows like water, and rain is the final end. And what ultimately is the difference?
Akhirnya. Coba. Oke. Oh, ergo segini doang. Si pos. EM-nya sama kan ntar sama si pos? Sama nggak sih base attack-nya? Tuh ada tapi masih ini doang, R1 doang. Emang si pos apa sih? Karena dia solo. Untuk setiap poin EM karakter yang mana? Hah? Ininya ya? Bentar, kalau yang dipakai ininya nih, yang 30% nih, ya kan? Soalnya kan sedangkan anggota party lain di sekitar mendapatkan peningkatan energitas sebanyak sebesar 30 ini dong yang kepake. Berarti gue nggak usah RR tinggi dong. Gue defense satu aja cukup karena ini defense ini cuma naikin ER ininya doang, ER kitanya doang. Ya kan? Akan meningkatkan energitas karakter ini. Bisa ditumpuk dong. Dari peningkatan ER yang oh ini 30% dari ini. Tapi better ini kan daripada gue pakai ini, ya nggak sih? Daripada gue pakai ini mending ini kan? Secara logis, walaupun R1 doang. Iya, tapi itu gue pakai ini aja, kocak lu. Nah, bisa gue naikin. Ini bahannya Hermes. Ah, pas gue mau habisin Mystic Ore juga. Oh, anjing, bahkan Mystic Ore gue yang hijau 3.000, cok. Aduh. Nanti ya, mumpung mora gue banyak, nggak sih, dikit sih. Udah mau habis mora gue. Ntar dulu, gue punya nggak nih masalahnya nih, bahan-bahan Eremites bego. Kalau nggak punya, sama aja bohong. Kalau nggak sih, mora gue dikit. Anjing nih mora nggak habis-habis juga kayak gara-gara Raiden, cok. Raiden kan ini ngurangin biaya. Dia ngurangin biaya, cok. Coba Eremites. Gimana? Gue nggak buta kan? Nggak kelewat kan tadi? Ya ampun. Aduh. Masa gue balik Sumeru, cok. Lu kemanain?
Wait.
Buat Alhaitam kalau nggak salah, sama Naida pakai apa sih coba? Naida pakai apaan emang? So gue tuh paling banyak tuh buat si Alhaitam sama Lo-Fi. Oh, nggak ada jamur. Lo-Fi kalau nggak salah. Lo-Fi sama Talent. Ya nggak sih? Lo-Fi kalau nggak salah pakai Hermes juga kalau nggak salah. Pokoknya kebanyakan tuh dari sama Alhaitamnya sendiri kalau nggak salah. Nah, jadi gue kebanyakan abis tuh dari Alhaitamnya sendiri, Lo-Fi sama Talent dia. Dan semenjak Fonten ya ngapain gue ke Sumeru lagi anjir. Udah nggak ada gunanya gue ke Sumeru lagi. Oh. Oke, lumayan mempercepat. Oh ya, Furina udah bisa ya questnya.
Thank you for
Bagus ya tuh. Sorry Furina. Saya Neophyllite waktu itu gue terpaksa nge-skip soalnya takut gak sempat sebelum reset. Tapi walaupun Neophyllite gue skip cutscene-nya entah kenapa berasa banget kambing feel-nya. Udahlah. Buka dulu. Ya nanti aja gue terimanya ya. Takutnya sorry quest. Oh, gak penting sih. Ya udahlah, mumpung ada waktu dikit doang. Mana Hermites? Tapi nggak pasti semuanya sih, kalau dari buku tuh pasti masih ada Hermes nyisa gitu. Atau enggak mending siapapun dari kalian join terus kasih gue ini rotasi apa rute Hermites. Kan signature tai. Aku pemula, cok. Oh iya, gue penasaran satu hal juga. Ini kan udah tamat ya. Masih ada nggak suara Furina di sini? Ini kan udah tamat nih, ya kan? Masa masih ada suara Furina di sini? Atau kalau ada, paling ini beda dialognya. Coba, gue cek. Gue kan belum Archon. Hilih, sepuh kok belum Archon quest. Bentar, ini kan gua pakai si pos ya. Masuk gak? Masuk dong ke sininya. Naik sekitar 33%. Gua mau ke spoiler gak ngaruh gili. Si Agung masih stream tuh. Coba abis ini ke Agung. Sorry, berisik banget Paimon kambing. We'll see. Kaget setan.
I think the next one's a trial.
Gak ada ya? Gak ada, Cok. Gak ada.
That's all well and good, but I just want our child to grow up safe and sound.
Suaranya kan echo gitu kan?
ARCHON, bless our child with health and wisdom.
Personally, I wonder where humans.
Suaranya kan echo, kayak bergema. Gak ada.
I think the next one's a trial.
Apa nih? Berarti emang udah gak ada ya.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon?
Tuh, aku mah pemula, achievement baru segini, belum sampai 1000 kayak sepuh-sepuh sekalian ya. Nah, lanjut cari Eremites. Achievementku aja Bohong kamu, Ntar dulu. Lah, gak ada ini, seri penantang baru. Kira ada. Soalnya ada si paus bego itu kan. Cuman dari daily di Sumeru. What the fuck? Anjing, abis ini gue daily di Sumeru aja lah. Goblok, kaget anjing. Oh, sini nggak ada achievement. Gue liat di on game ini ada achievementnya. Tapi gue lupa.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter. Get with me.
Gak apa-apa. Banyak ini dari buku doang. Banyak.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword.
Flicker.
Anjir, cuman B1 doang kasih material gua. Sama aja kayak gua waktu nyari jamur kambing. Baru enak itu si pos. Iya, gue juga dengar katanya minimal R3. R5 jauh lebih stupid.
Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword.
Dapat biru. Kapan sih ada fitur auto pick up gitu, kambing? Chest aja ada loh di chest. Lu buka chest di tempat yang tinggi gitu kan biasanya, yang barang rawan jatuh. Dibikin auto pick up gitu anjir. Kapan coba diterapin di drop biasa? Atau enggak gadget dah, gadget auto pick up semua item gitu kan. Semua item drop dari Momon ya, bukan dropan dari World, kambing. Kayak bunga Furina gitu-gitu kan. Enggak. Kan ada Nahida gitu loh. Maksud gue pas ngebunuh musuh dapat langsung gitu itemnya. Gak usah dikejar nyari-nyari kayak gini. Nah kan nih, kayak gini nih. Masih pakai Xingqiu. Kan base enabler. Kan dia gak bakal kena power creep anjing. Katanya kan gak bakal kena power creep ya bang. Jadi udah pakai Xingqiu aja. Base enabler. Bukan cok. Paling bener tuh di apa karakter B4 gak bakal kena power creep anjing. Gak ada yang namanya power creep di Genshin. Nah, camkan itu ya guys ya, kata orang-orang Facebook. Itu sih kata orang-orang Facebook yang berpendidikan tinggi di Genshin ya, bukan kata gua. Tapi kata orang-orang Facebook aja. Dilema mau gacha atau enggak? Udah, lu gacha Sichuin aja kocak. Ampun sepuh tai. Kan udah ada Xingqiu. Kan ada Sichuin. Mending Sichuin kan kalau Hydro, kalau buat Xenon mah. Gila. What the fuck? Gua nggak nge-lag loh. Gua nggak nge-lag loh. Gak paham lagi gua. Gua nggak nge-lag ya. Ya gimana ya, wajar guys ya. Skill issue namanya juga player casual, player pemula, player newbie. Kadang emang suka skill issue, nggak apa-apa lah, wajar emang. Udah nggak kaget lagi kan kalian. Isuin Hydro dia. Katanya sih Hydro healer. Ya iyalah dari lore.
Rain, the bond is strong.
Masih ada lagi. Kalau Hydro biasanya op. Itu sih cuma buat kalimat, itu sih cuma buat ini ya, berlaku buat argumen pedo kayak lu ya contohnya. Tahu aja elemen. Kan ada visionnya di story, kambing. Kan ada visionnya di story, kan kelihatan di mananya ya, gue lupa. Adalah pokoknya visionnya. Supaya jangan dilihat apa. Coba gue lihat. Emang brengsek ini orang ya. Emang anjing kau. Ya teman gue nge-stream gitu. Bangsat. Di tai. Itu kalau sampai ini nggak lucu ya kalau sampai kakak gua ngeliat terus di chat kan gue di grup keluarga, ini lu beneran fuck kagak lah anjing. Soalnya pernah anjing gara-gara siapa Lancelot waktu itu tai di chat beneran lo gue bangke di WA literally. Oh jadi sama si Twin sekarang Navia cuman kedok anjing. Dikira beneran cok. Tai. Lah. Ya ampun. Mampus. Ajar ini pin-pin Sumeru zaman kapan? Pinnya explore daerah sini. Tapi kapan gue explore coba? Gak pernah anjing. Gak gue explore nih Sumeru. Pas tadi pagi live bisa diklip apaan? Kenapa dia ngapain? Dia lebih milih Genshin juga daripada Furina. Wah kacau emang patua itu. Ya ampun, gua nggak nge-lag. Anjir, kok masih ini? Masih gagal quick swap anjir. Bisa-bisa ya lo, gua ini nggak bisa quick swap, tai. Mister Naida emang paling hah? What the fuck? Emang kalau udah ngesim tuh nggak bisa ditutup-tutupin, cok.
Here you are.
Yep.
I'll be back.
Lumayan banyak juga ya remains. Lewat dari apa Sumeru gini doang, belum dihitung gurun loh ini.
Like a lamb to the
No, my sword. Grain cutter. Deal with me.
Ada jauh banget lagi. Itu kenapa dia?
Rain outlines your fate. Stay put. Our bond is strong. Yeah, go get him, Uruguay.
Testing my patience. We'll meet again.
Udah. Anjir. Yang di buku cuma nunjukin ini doang, yang di hutannya doang, kagak di desert. Ya. Dan ini bahan asennya bukan dari domain anjir, kebanyakan dari event doang. Ya. Tadi bahannya apa ini ya? Butuh 3 ini. 2 kali lipat. Yuk, bisa yuk, kembaran gua. 6. Bodo amat. Coba bisa 2 dong. Aduh, double 1 aja padahal. Sabilah. Masa nggak ada double? Anjing, hoki gua habis di Furina, cok, babi. Bener-bener habis ya hoki gua di Furina. Udahlah, orang mengelah. Gak, belum dibuka lagi. Ada. Senin sama Kamis tadi katanya. Sekarang hari besok berarti. Ya udahlah. Gue mau ngapain lagi di sini? Udah ngapa-ngapain lagi sih gua. Udah tamat ya kan? Oh iya. Katanya Furina bisa ini, guys. Oh, bener gak? Hancur. Beneran, cok. Ih, gelo. Sampai berapa lama ini? Ini sampai berapa lama? Kayak gini terus. Itu masih ada loh. Ini permanen anak-anakannya. Lah. Yang nge-heal malah ini bikin gua berasi. Oh alah. Ini juga bisa. Bisa. Iya ya. Saino yang ultinya berapa lama kan? Ih, player baru OTW Inazuma. Enak dong ntar buat explore nanti. Gue explore map baru kan, misalkan ada something di air, misalkan di atas air. Nah, bisa gue pakai si bego ini. Bisa pancing di air anjir. Oh, ayo kayak Inazuma gitu kan. Iya, bisa kayak gini terus ya. Udah kelar tinggal reset aja udah. Kalau ganti karakter kayak gini. Ganti karakter tetap bisa jalan di air. Si lagu Leo di sini loh. Tapi lama juga ya. Mohon maaf nih. Coba kali gue ganti karakter. Ganti karakter. Gak bisa ganti. Ah, karakter jelek. Berarti karakter jelek. Ganti karakter masih tetap hanyut ya. Karakter jelek berarti ya guys ya. Gak usah digacha. Ampas. Kalau jalan di air jelek kok Komi apa? Komi tetap iba kayaknya. Emogesan Singju. Lah. Ini apa lagi? Bisa nggak sih exit dialog gitu? Kayak reverse kan bisa exit dialog. Apa pula lagi, Cok? Ke trigger. Mancing emang nih. Apa reputasi tahi? Mancing anjir. Namanya jencok lagi. Namanya jancok. Ini siapa sih yang ngasih namanya jencok gini loh. Orang luar jeng. Iya cowok, kalau baca orang Indo kan ini jencek aja. Masa sih dibacanya jeng? Jeng, anjing. Oh, gue nggak peduli, maaf. Fuck you, bro. Ya ampun. Bagian 1. Ini arah-arahnya Fonten nih. Bagian 1. Bisa nih gue jadiin konten streaming ya kan. Kalau lama gini. Bagian 1 tulisannya. Yaudah lah, gue dan dulu kalau gitu lah. Kalau gitu, yang udah nonton semua, yang udah like, yang udah sub juga tadi, thank you. Gue dan dulu, yang udah donate juga, thank you. Udah. Penutupan. Udah gue sih gue maaf. What the fuck? Hah? Astaga. Kalau bisa C2 kan kalau bisa C2 sih kalau bisa C2 ya. Oke. C2 nggak sih Furina? Ya ampun debel anjing. C2 Furina. Ya. Ya udahlah. Kali aja gitu kan bisa C2. Buset. Akhirnya bisa C2. Satu lagi oleh. Charlotte C3. Charlotte C3 masa Furina nggak C2. Tapi ya udahlah.